Hello, hello. Althea's doing stagecoaches. Get her monies. Didn't make any money off the newspaper, although she did get a very generous payment from Rustwater Ranch for their 2 ads. From Delilah Gray, she asked for $2 and she got 100. And she thought, oh, okay, maybe this is a business. I should register it. So she registered it, the business, with the Judge Dobson by a telegram. And now she is just doing her stagecoaches for the day. She's done 2 interviews for the next 2 issues. Kind of giving up on Mr. Turner because Mr. Turner just hasn't been around. So it's not really important to plug a business that the player's not around. We had a brand new business have to shut down. Fortunately, we had an incident I was witness to. That happens sometimes. We have to deal with things. I mean, why is this guy so muddy? Why are you so muddy, sir? You just haven't moved. You're just not moving, sir? You're law. Aren't you supposed to be doing things? Huh? Don't you have things to do? Yeah. I'm not sure if Dunn's going to be joining me because he's got a neighbor doing construction work and he just hears drilling in his head all the time, so I'm not sure what's going on. Right, we'll do another one. Oh, I was gonna go to the bank. What you got now? Ooh, to Saint Denis. That's a long way for only 2 people. I got her a new hairstyle yesterday and also a couple of new outfits. Got good with these. Make sure she didn't actually go off the map, off the road. Sometimes when I set that and I do cinematic and I get to the end of the marker, it actually puts her off the road. One time it almost drove her into some alligators. Okay. I love cinematic because of how it looks. It also gives me a chance to rest my hand a little bit, because I do have some arthritis. And although, as I've said, it's actually, doing this has actually been good for my hand. I'm a lot more nimble in my left hand than I was before I started doing this. Yesterday, Rusty Trekkie, Stevie made a new character, an older lady named Rosalind, and I am really hoping that Althea and Rosalind run into each other. I think they will because, well, I think Rosalind's going to get in touch with Althea because of she's a photographer. Not that we really have a lot of photographs in the newspaper. The Ledger's not an illustrated paper. So nor do I make any money with it on Althea. I mean, I did make $100 from. I have had 3 people actually pay for ads. One of those people paid the asking price, which was $1 for an ad. I very much want this to not be that expensive. Where are they saying she should go? Okay, she's saying the Overland Way. Actually, that's fine. We can do that. I'm gonna go this way though. And then another person paid for 2 ads, and they paid I don't know, a little bit more, $10 or $20. I can't remember. For the 2 ads, which was $2, and so I mean she's made like a grand total of $103, $121 or something like that on the Ledger. I've done 2 months worth, like eight full issues, and then published. So I've stuck to it. I know these things aren't particularly, easy for people to do. I find them pretty easy to do because I've been doing newsletters all my life. My first newspaper was a school newspaper when I was in grade 6, I want to say. I was like 12, 13 years old. I was the editor of my elementary school newspaper, and I remember doing an interview with a guest to the school who had gone to the Arctic and was doing a presentation on the animals of the Arctic. And I interviewed him for the newspaper, and somebody heard me interviewing them, like a parent who was at the event or something. And then when the article came out, they wrote in a letter to the principal about how impressed they were with little Brenda and her newspaper, and her, like, said that the article, that I had written was, good enough to be in a real newspaper, and that I had done a really good job of interviewing them. And it's funny because I've told people before that when I was a little kid, I found this salesman's pad, and I like a pad of paper with a carbon sheet in it, carbon copy sheet, and I went door to door asking questions and probably writing it down, but I didn't know how to read or write, so it was all scribbles, and I'd hand a copy to the person I was interviewing, and I thought that meant I was going to have, I was going to be a journalist, but it turned out I was going to be a survey researcher, which I ended up being for my entire career. I've been in the survey research field since 1991, and I'm retiring this year. after 35 years in the survey research field. Well, I didn't go door to door, obviously. We still did door-to-door surveys, and I was responsible for managing a few in my time, but nobody does those anymore, really. All online now. Too much. We still do phone surveys, though. But I have always done that sort of journalistic newspapery thing. I've worked on countless newsletters, including professionally having to run a newsletter for a volunteer charity. I'm just gonna get ambushed here. Anyway, so I have done newspapers professionally, or newsletters professionally. I've done them on a volunteer basis. I did my first one for a roleplay server. I did a newsletter for the EMS on No Pixel Public. All using Canva. And now I'm doing this newsletter for a newspaper for this server. It's like, I count, I've done so many. Good morning, Thorns. I'm pretty sure Stevie's on here doing her old lady, but I don't know if the two of them will meet today. I went and changed Althea's look after I saw Stevie's lady, because very, very slight change. I found a hairstyle that's not identical, but still is kind of a bun, but it's a slightly messier bun, because I think that actually does suit Althea a little bit. She was very prim and proper at first, but now she's kind of just saying... When I first had Althea, she called herself Mrs. Thurston Pope, and she was a widow, and she was very, did what widows do for social norms, and now that she's been on her own for a while, she's actually letting go of some of those. Old ladies and dead husbands. Well, I am, in point of fact, an old lady with a dead husband. So I am doing this from personal experience. I'm not quite as old as it. It's okay. It's fine. Don't worry. Look, old ladies with dead husbands rock. Okay, we're good. This was the social status that actually freed a lot of women in the day, because when they were, don't be sorry, you're fine. The thing is that it is a liberating social status, because it was a lot of like old ladies who were widows could own property and have, run their household and have a measure of independence that married women didn't have. And it really is a position that had a lot of respect. Yes, obviously there's some restrictions and some social norms and things that they were expected to do, but in the scheme of things, it was actually a decent position for a woman to be in if she had means. If she did not have means, if she had, was the widow of a worker and they did not have money, then obviously it put her in a very precarious position. And you see that in actual Red Dead, where there's a widow who turns to prostitution, so that happened. And other women's, were taking and washing or eking out an existence, living off their children if they had them, and making it very... That storyline was really heartbreaking. It was a very... Oh god, to the armadillo. Oh, I guess I got time to talk. So yeah, the anniversary of my husband's death is coming up. This is a rough month for me. My birthday's coming up, then his death was 2 days later. And then And his birthday was 10 days after that. So all of that's happening in July for me. But it's every year it's a little bit easier. Where is everybody? Where's the other fellow? I'm going to be paid $15 to taking you to Armadillo, maybe 20. Very annoying. Yeah, not my favorite. July is not my favorite month of the year. Also, I have fruit flies, so I've just made a bunch of fruit fly traps this morning. Um, Fruit fly traps being very easy to make with, you just need a jar and some cider vinegar, a little dishwashing liquid as a surfactant to break the surface tension so they fall in. And then a little trap made out of a Ziploc bag with a corner cut out and plastic band into the. So yeah, I spent my morning, a little bit of morning making fruit fly traps. I've got ants because of the peonies, I think. I'm hoping the ants stop. I have a whole bunch of cleaning I have to do, so I'm going to have to take some time this summer in the basement. Well, thank you. I really find that the role-playing, like hanging out with my friends and role-play, really has been helping a lot with getting me kind of unstuck from the idea of thinking, like, obsessing too much about this and thinking too much about it. Obviously, I remember my husband, and I remember, the fun times we had, and, he was a really funny, intelligent person, and he was very, he was a master of puns, I can tell you that. He was an artist. He was really unique and very interesting person. Every day, it was something new with him. And I'm still kind of dealing with the remnants of his slight hoarder tendencies because I think because he was brought up as an army brat and his family moved around a lot and he got uprooted from school and friends and things frequently in his youth, that he liked things, like he liked hanging on to things. And I'm not talking about expensive things or anything. He just, he was the kind of person that used to pick up things from outside on his travels, thinking he might incorporate them into artworks and things. And I have a lot of I actually did have to go and throw out a bunch of that stuff I don't know if it's all thrown out, but for example, he would go and you can find pieces of flattened metal on the road from falling off of vehicles and things, and he would pick those up and actually use them in artwork. So he was an abstract painter, like he painted abstracts. He personally, I guess he wasn't particularly abstract. He was really smart. He never went to university studied. He basically just became a full-time practicing artist and art teacher. Oh, hello. Here maybe because my volume's down. I'll leave him to it. They're not actually stopping here. Hello, Dub. I'm just rambling on about how July is my remembrance month because my birthday, my husband's death day, and his birthday were all in July. Are all in July. He had the grace to die not on my birthday. We were doing a lot of dark humor around that time. I said, if you die on my birthday, I'll kill you. Which was, basically his sense of humor. Deb's got a job that takes her away from home. Kind of hard to role play when you aren't even around your place with your things. Yes, big metal birds. Big metal birds. Very big metal birds. I mean, she said what her job is on her Discord before. If you're on her Discord. I think one thing is I followed Deb for a long time before I even started RPing or anything. I was a bit of a GTA fan watcher. During the pandemic, I kind of found all that world and was following a bunch of NoPixel streamers, and Deb was one of them. And really inspired me with other people that I was following at the time to do a medical roleplay, which I'm still doing. So we knew of each other for quite a long time before we actually managed to roleplay together. Roleplay together on 3 servers now. And Freestyle and Badger and this one. It's fun. One of the very fun things about roleplay is being able to meet people virtually who you really would love to just be able to just hang out with in real life at some point. You know, it'd be a lot of fun. There are some you could definitely don't want to hang out with, such as the fellow with a storm and a hammer that we were talking about in the Discord. I know, just the unbelievable unity he provided to people who had to work, deal with him. These are real scars. It was. I mean, I think it's really the pinnacle, if you want to say it. And I spent a long time on NoPixel Public. NoPixel Public was full of, obviously little shitters and things, but this is like the main character syndrome on that guy. Unbelievable. And every message was about, his character's thoughts and dreams and motivations. It had nothing to do with other people. Even when it was shouting out people, it was to kind of, talk about himself and their relationship with his characters and how important he was to them. Oh, really? All right. Okay. That's amazing. Thanks for shouting yourself out and mentioning them. I was riding through here with Frank, and right at this point, I was miles away from this wall, but he just went flying out of the stagecoach. I was so surprised. Yeah. Yeah, if they were thinking they weren't a good role player. Hello! I was hoping Althea and Rosalind would run into each other at some point today. I don't know if Dan's going to be on. He's playing another game because he's got a neighbor who is really. And he doesn't really want to. He thinks it's so loud that he will not be able to help to hear it. A bunch of lovelies here. I mean, that does happen. I know them well. Hi, Scarecrow. I don't really have anything much to do. Well, welcome. Always lovely. We had Millie's story yesterday. Went fishing, got skunked. Had the fish tank on her. I just heard something weird, but I'm gonna just keep going. I know. I really don't know where all the big fish were. One of the reasons I wanted to go to Blackwater and I kind of got outvoted, well, Alice got outvoted, not me, was that there's usually a surgeon in one particular place that you can get. And there's always a bunch of little ones that are pretty easy to catch right there. Like within a few minutes of getting there, you should see fish, but just wasn't Millie's day. I expect wolves. Again, when you're doing stagecoachy stuff, it doesn't really matter. You can go that way, but it's actually safer to go this way. Yes, and nature. around the other way, it's just a little more precarious, I guess. I have done it. It ends up coming out here. A little rough. So I'm not surprised pop is low this week. It's July, it's summer, people have stuff to do. 4th of July today. I don't imagine we'll have too many Americans on here today. Jim seems very happy that his family vacation thing is coming to an end and he's able to come back to his home and get back into his own routine. I have to go for an overnight trip this month. I'm not looking forward to. I was going to go away longer, but I don't have anyone to take care of Aoife, so I can leave her overnight. She'll be fine. As long as I clean her litter box out, make sure she's got lots of fresh water. Give her food in the morning. She'll be cranky because she won't get her fresh food in the next morning, but I'll get back as fast as I can. I just got some stuff I have to do. I don't know what the schedule is. I don't know what time I'm supposed to get there or how late I can put off leaving, but it'll be fine. And I have to drive in Toronto. I booked a hotel. That's all I've done for one night. $61. Well, it's not nothing. Yeah, it's just she likes soft food. She has a kidney issue. She's got kidney disease, so I give her fresh soft food every day that she really loves. Oh, to Blackwater. Well, I won't complain about that. I can rest when I get there. I don't know why I'm only getting like some of the guys. Sometimes when I'm at armadillo and tumbleweed seem to be particularly bad for this, but nobody will get on. Yeah. I've gotten 15 before. 15 I think is the lowest I've got. Yeah, I know Jim knows about this and he has an idea of what's causing it. Basically the NPCs disappear and then I've seen them. Like I saw a guy come out of the tumbleweed saloon and then disappear. So there's something that's causing him to do that, so he just has to refine that script. I think it's his script. Dunn was working on a script I haven't heard anything about for a while, so I think he got discouraged with it, but he was working on a script for a job. A legal job, but it could have illegal aspects, I guess, to it. But it's a complicated job, and he you know, for a beginning scripter, I think it was quite ambitious. And Jim was helping and stuff, but it's, you know, scripting is a little beyond me. I don't think I'll be doing that. I look at some of the stuff people are putting in the scripting generally thinking, I don't have the brain power to comprehend what's going on here. Well, I mean, this is his hobby. This is what he likes to do. But he also, you know, it's one of the reasons why this is not going to be a huge server is because you know, he wants to manage it. This is his fun. This is what he likes doing. So it's not going to be a big server with lots of, you know. I mean, I don't know how people cope. Medieval had a real fumble. They've got a really small admin team. It got really big really fast. Very, you know, almost a death knell to a server for that. And we've been on this server since mid-February, basically doing that. Trying not to do too much of it at a time, but basically saying, here's, you know. And some things break. Like, they're working fine. They're tested. Like, oh my goodness, the on my way thing for the doctors, that just kept breaking and breaking and breaking. It would work and then it wouldn't. It would reset. It would mess up. And it's finally, he just fixed it. It's now fixed. But it was just insane how it would just kept breaking and breaking, and this is his script, so you know, he has to figure out what's wrong and what order things have to happen in. It's pretty, I think the script is fine. It's good. It lets you know when somebody else is responding, so you don't have to haul your ass from Annisburg to Tumbleweed if somebody's already going. Like yesterday, I knew that Jen had responded to the call, though it wasn't her. She was on her way to the call, but in fact, she was there. It was happening right there, so I don't know why a doctor was called for, other than maybe they were just out of vision of where she was. But all of the, like, there were 3 people with medical there. So I'm actually surprised they did the call. Maybe they just didn't think. I don't know. Like, if I were down somewhere where there was another doctor just standing there, I'm not gonna call doctor, because if they can see I'm down. But presumably they couldn't see. And I think, you know, it's nice that we have people in here who have patience with it and understand that this is like, it's different being on a nascent server than one that is really established. Because you get to help shape it, basically. Your experiences on the server and the things you tell Jan are helping to shape the server. And I don't know if there's enough people to support a Civ-focused server like this. But we'll find out. Because almost every other Redem server is classic, you know, primers and prime law, you know, basically GTA cowboys. Oh no! Rosalind, how dare! I'm going to Blackwood. Oh god. I forgot where she was going. I hope to see her on here, so at some point they'll run into each other. I did change Althea's look a little bit to make it slightly less the same hair. And I found better hair. But it won't stick. Like, I found it in Murphy and it won't stick. So, quite annoyed. Like, it won't even stick to the Murphy outfit. So, this guy is still standing there. I get very little for this. $56. Why won't this guy move? He's a lawman too. I can't really bump him. He'll just shoot me. I got her a Murphy outfit that I like. I mean, obviously it's the same outfit she wears for everything, but it's fully Murphy. I didn't really know if there was a skirt that I liked. This skirt and shirt combo I like on her. The other one I liked, except the had an open neck, and I realized that's too informal for her. And an open neck is scandalous, absolutely scandalous. Oh dear, she have an open neck? That's crazy. Got $10,000 now. 670. I believe she's got $10,000. Of course, it's taken me a long time to get her $10,000. She's got a little. Her hair's a little bit skew in the back, and I kind of like that. But she has a formal outfit. I don't know who's going to end up at Tom's event. Again, I have a problem because all of my characters have a reason to go to events. The Delilah Gray event on Sunday, Onion's got a reason to go and Althea's got a reason to go. Alice knows about it, and would think it, and oh no, Alice has a reason to go too because they need a doctor to go. So I don't know if I looked at the calendar for 1885 and it's exactly the 2026 calendar. I did not know that.
Thanks. Okay. Yeah.
So I know I've managed it before to have 3 characters at the same event. On freestyle, I had my old lady on freestyle, and Judy and Harvey all go to a funeral, an AOD funeral. So I have done it, but and then I didn't even have any like admin and magical powers or anything, so I had to plan it all in advance to have them all on where they needed to be for their part of the event. And like Judy was the first to go, she was part of the ride, so she got to ride on a motorcycle there. And then after the ride, she excused herself, and then my old lady, who was the mother of the person who died, had to go like be in the church and at the funeral. And then she left, and then Harvey went for the last part. Actually, Harvey couldn't get back in, and it took me a minute, so we missed part of it, but he did end up going to the after event. So I did manage to get 3 characters at the same event, but it's not easy. It is very not easy. So it's you and it took a lot of like I had to plan heck out of it and make sure they were all in position. Yeah, it was tough. It was really tough. That does not happen by accident. You have to Yes. Yes. Judy chasing Gina around the car with keys. Trying to make her do a test drive. A car that she was expecting to really like. Alright, I think I will switch to somebody else. I don't know who's on. It's really hard to not meta for the animals because you kind of have to have people on that you. The whole point of an animal character is not to adventures on its own. The point of the animal character is to to augment other people's RP. So, but I can go on Onion for a little while. Iceland is a fucking nightmare. I think we all know what, or we've talked about, at least in Stevie's chat, what Rosalind is fucking nightmare comes from. It's a song that that was done on a British television show. It's one of these challenge shows where you have to come up with something, so Taskmaster, you've got the it's really unhinged, and I love that. It was like Aisling B and it's just one of those moments that kind of went down in. Oh, Taskmaster on YouTube got me through a lot of the pandemic as well. Just love that. And I have a sister-in-law who's also quite a Taskmaster addict, and the two of us text each other about Taskmaster. So I'm not the only person in the family who has that thing. And we talk about, this year, this crop of contestants and who we think is going to win, and Right. Well, Onion is pretty much back to normal. She had a lot of injuries from a stagecoach incident. She has to hunt birds, actually. Oh, and anybody's in here? I do like this place when there's no.
The hell put my boot.
Don't we think it's time you guys left? Don't we think it's time you left? Don't we think it's time you left? Did you leave? You should leave. Everybody else has left. You drink up and leave. Time, gentlemen. Alright. I'm gonna go hunt some birds, man. And during the pandemic, they did this sort of family challenge show where they got, you know, basically they have a Taskmaster game that you can get and play, but they also did this home challenge stuff where people send in home videos of them doing the challenges, and it was just so good. It just is so inventive. It's so fun. Find some birds. It is chilly. I'm gonna find some turkeys. There should be some turkeys around here. I have a few times now shot birds out of the air, so I suck less than I did. Turkeys. You know what? We're gonna go back to Turkey Central. Bird Central. Oh, damn it. Oh, damn it. The other one. I told Frank, I said, Frank, we should buy bird meat. It's deal. I don't know if he's done that yet, but I told him we should. And we got a lot of fish right now, but I'm gonna find fish meat too. Like we have to make fish meat rather than fish because the individual fish because there's so many kinds of fish. And, but everybody can make fish meat. Oh, damn. Be careful. Wind is gonna go. I think we ended up with about 40 over a couple of days. People buy a lot of the bird-related meals. Even though they're not that filling, the thing that's really nice and filling is meta here. The shrimp stew. It's quite filling, and I don't know why exactly. I might have to review some of the metabolism effects to make sure. Because the idea is to have player, you know, the player exclusive things be the most filling and the most best for you, but some of the values got copied over from Badger, so it might be a little bit peculiar. I am looking for prairie chickens. I flashed out some prairie chickens from around here yesterday. I don't remember exactly where, and they might not spawn in the same place. Yeah, we should probably buy bird meat. We should order it from Rio, but I don't know that too many of those folks have been around. It's summer, it's, you know, people busy doing things. And it's been really hot, and you know, you all know the idea of sitting in a hot room. Yeah, it has been, and I think it's just July, summer malaise. I've had it on every server. Every server has a lull around this time. These little bastards. Turkey-shaped rocks should drive me crazy. It goes through phases, some organizational dynamics at play. I think we've got some really good RPers on here, and people who have kind of shared the vision. Not having a freaking cops and robbers server. Even with that, you still get tickets and issues and things, because can't please everybody, fortunately. We haven't had too much of it, and that's good. Yeah, it's been quite quiet. I think pretty much every day it's been a bit quiet. And today I expect, like, none of the Americans will be on today. It's the 4th of July. I ate a bird. I ate a bird neither. Oh, I do hope so. I mean, I think people are really supportive of events on here, so I'm hoping we'll have a quantity of people. Oh, turkey's over here. Yesterday. They don't want to flush them out for me. Yeah, Tobacco Lounge will be a full house for that crew. I hope it's nice though. I mean, I really formal events. A pretty informal group of people. We'll see. I mean, people dressed up a bit. Some people dressed up a bit to come to the event we had. Where is everything living? Oh, you turkeys. This is where we bring people for salt. Kind of accidentally discovered this place has got quite a bit of salt on the rocks, so yeah. We've shown a lot of people this, and they ask where to get salt. The place that used to be good for salt on Badger is not good for salt here, so... Yeah, I'm not having any luck finding turkeys. I might have to go to the bayou and shoot stars. I don't really want to. All I'm seeing is raccoons. I ain't got bird meat on them.
Have a nice evening.
Oh, dang, this hunt's not going very well. It's a prairie chicken. Oh, they're around here. Must have by an absolute mile. So. That's a couple of times I've seen them around here now, so I know they are around here. Another place I saw them, but on Badger, was near where Heartland Overflow. Well, I'm going home empty-handed, except for a couple of turkeys. Hello.
Evening.
How you doing? I'm glad to hear that. I don't think I've seen you around here before. Are you new here? Yeah, we made her tall. Jim made her tall. What's your name? Hi, Ivy. My name is Oslin Joel Ryan, but a lot of people call me Onion. It's not a account of I have a lot of layers or anything. It's because I'm supposed to be dumb. Yeah, like the vegetable. My partner and my business partner and I run the saloon here in downtown, the Gilded Blade. It is Ivy. What do you do around these parts? Oh, you've been doing under stagecoaches? They're pretty good for money. I was just hunting too. I was trying to get bird meat for the saloon. But I wasn't. I didn't have very much luck. I did find a couple turkeys, but that's about it. My partner's still sleeping at the. Oh, I ain't a fan of them either. I used to just kick them all the time at a place where our saloon used to be. Used to be at Cattail Pond, and there was a whole bunch of turkeys there, and we just wouldn't even get guns out. We would just go kick them. If you don't like turkeys, that's a fun way to dispatch them. Onion's pretty tall, but yeah, she's exceptionally tall as part of her character. So, yeah, indeed. You just doing a stagecoach now, or just taking your telegrams? Oh, well, for the stagecoach, you got to talk to this fella back here. The one not against the wall. He gives the stagecoach and the delivery jobs, and then I think there's a fella inside. No, this guy don't do shit. I don't know what he's even here for. I know, he's just standing around. Occasionally makes a comment. You know, an unsolicited comment about you. I don't like him. Yeah, a lot of the local fellas seem to think they can freely comment on people and their appearance and so on. I don't know why they feel that way. Each of them have gotten seen to for doing that. Yeah, it is. It's pretty damn rude, to be honest. I was just gonna put up a sign about the saloon being open. Oh yeah, I mean some people don't learn though. It's the problem. It's this guy, for example. We've talked to him a number of times, and he ain't never stops. I don't understand why people can't just learn. It is true. That is absolutely true. And I might have been one of those people back in the day. That might be why my nickname is Onion. But I've learned. Believe me, I have learned. Yeah, I used to have this friend. I would say definitely the hard way. Used to have this friend who used to call me stupid all the time. And I realized that was not really a friend. And my partner Frankie joined at that time when I was rolling with this other fella that used to call me stupid all the time and said I was dumb as an onion. And Frank he started to call me onion, and then he just stopped. Now he doesn't call me onion. He calls me Oslin Joe or Oslin. I don't say Oslin Joe, even though that's my full and proper name. Well, I mean, have you ever seen one go to college? Yeah, Dumber than a Bag of Rocks. But I think it's just because Oslin and Onion are kind of similar in a way. They both start and end in the letter O and N. So, I think he just figured that was why. He wasn't the first to call me Onion either. I kind of mentioned it to him, and I kind of ran with it. My father used to call me that. My father used to say, "Onion, it's a good thing you're pretty, 'cause you ain't smart." Yeah. Yeah, he was not a very nice person, to be honest. Chalky? Why you get called chalky? 'Cause you're pale?
Oh. Oh, I mean, it's kind of weird, isn't it? Like, why would you be called after something you used to communicate? That's just kind of weird. I mean, half the people in this town be called Gunny if that was the case. They say mostly do their talking with their firearms. And horny is pretty damn bad, to be honest. I'm not a big fan of Van Horn, too. I don't really like it. It's kind of annoying. It does smell. It's got, and also like Annisburg's got things in the water. You don't want to take a swim around anywhere with those ferrets. I mean, it's pretty. Smell bad. Greasy. Yeah. I'm glad that you've been making your way okay here. Finding things, everything you're finding what you need. You look pretty well equipped. Got yourself a horse there. Oh God, yeah. I wouldn't buy any medicine except from the doctors around here. I saw in the papers they're selling things for half price. If you talk to them directly, so that's a good deal. If I could ever find one. I see that Dr. Deirdre sometimes. She and her fella came out and helped me one time. I got done in by a cougar. I was hunting a bear. I actually shot a bear and went over to the bear to skin it, and I thought the bear was why my horse was acting strangely. And in fact, it was the cougar that was sneaking up on me that was causing my horse to be upset. Yeah, it was not good. It was a difficult situation. I was on my way to here from further north. And my business partner Frank and I used to have a house up near Annisburg. We just sold it because we're never up there anymore. Because ever since we moved the bar to Valentine, we've been here a lot. And, it's not my favorite town. It's real muddy. Everybody gets filthy just hanging around here. But you got to admit, it's kind of a nice town. It's got lots of amenities. It's close to Blackwater and Strawberry. It's a nice place. Yeah, it's the schmud. I don't like the schmud. Horse shit mixed with mud. You got your schmud. It's not good. It smells a bit. It's got all the animals too, which is animal smell. It is true. It is true. I think Valentine's got quite a lot of positives. I think it's just it's kind of cold all the time. Speaking of which, I think I'm gonna pull on my coat. I don't know why it's so cold. Like we went to Old Cray's Run to do some fishing to get some fish for the saloon, and it's warmer up there than it is here in Valentine, and it's quite a bit further north. Go figure. I suppose. Frank says it's the grizzly bear folks that do it. Yeah, I guess that's why. It's boiling in the saloon. I don't. Yeah, I'm constantly putting my coat on and off. Yeah, that is true. There is. Yeah, I reckon. There are wolves here too sometimes. I've seen them. Not too far out of town, so you can hear them howling. Make you think, oh, I'm in a civilized place, but then you got wolves that come right, practically into the town, so. Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're attracted to all the wildlife not the wildlife, the domesticated animals like the sheep bleating over there and goats and things. I mean, if they're loud enough, I goats, and they smell, so I know that the wolves know they're here. You want to glide step? Possibly. She bought her horse at your stable. She came to your stable. Possibly because she wants a bigger horse. Oh, Barry is real pretty, but it ain't on the electric yet. I mean, town's is just starting to get the electric. Oh yeah. That's So strawberry I find kind of dark and very close to nature. No, it was really not your time. It was very late, and Althea and I think she and I were the only ones on the server, and we ran into each other there, and I was on Althea. So you got kinfolk here? You got people? Or are you running around on your own? Not that that's a bad thing if you are. Oh, who's your wife? Anybody I know? Rebecca. I'm not sure I know Rebecca. But I don't know everybody. Not everybody comes up here to Valentine. They don't like it. They don't like the schmud. And it is a little colder. I mean, ranchers and stuff come up here because they got to sell their animals up here at the livestock exchange, the stockyards, stock exchange. I was gonna say I know that is what it's from, but yeah, that's true. Well, I don't want to keep you anymore from earning some money. If you want to, do your stagecoaches, I was just gonna go and put up a poster and open up the saloon and let people know we's around if they want to talk to us. We got we catering an event tomorrow at the Rustwater Ranch. Oh yeah. Oh good. Well, you can just go on, sir. You heard enough of our conversation. I don't think you could see Ivy's chalkboard, so you probably just heard me talking about what an asshole you are. Hate that guy. I guess it's nighttime. It's time for people to go inside and go to bed. He is. He won't tell me what his name is for an example. I mean, I know a lot of people around here, but do you have a camp somewhere or a house? You know, you can set up a camp pretty easy. Did you know about that? You got a special place. Well, would you like to set up your own camp? It's pretty easy. Don't cost that much. You can pick pretty much anywhere to do it. Well, you want to come up to the general store and I'll show you? Hi, bangers. How you doing? Yeah, set it up there. Wow. That'd be nice. It's been quiet this week, but it's fine. It's summer. It's like every server goes through lulls where, people start doing real life things. And this week is definitely a real life thing week for a lot of people. We had a horrible Canada day. We had like massive thunderstorms and things got flooded and it was bad. Like I was on here all day. It was real bad. I live in the Canada's capital, and this is where they have a big, big, big show and everything for Canada Day. All had to get canceled. It was all canceled. Fireworks, everything got canceled. Yeah, it was all like completely washed out. Yeah, it was bad. You know about John and Keen's Salute? You ever been to it? Keen's is one of the old families from around here. John and Keen is an interesting fella. And this is his saloon right here. I particularly recommend the oatmeal. I'm a little less certain about his squirrel-related products, but the oatmeal's fine. I'd definitely get the oatmeal if I was you. Very warming to your core. Oh yeah, actually, he buys squirrels, so if you ever shoot some, you can sell them to him. It was. I think Johnny is like Jim's best character. Oh, I know, but you get a squirrel tail with every bowl of the squirrel stew, and it's like what they call it, a decoration. No, what do they call it when it's food? Oh yeah, but you use a varmint rifle, those teeny tiny little bullets. Oh yeah, if you got one. I'm very bad at bow and arrow, to be honest. Oh, sorry. This is our saloon here. Sign probably fallen off. I gotta probably put it back up. I usually get Frank to do it, but this is ours. And we have quite a lot of stuff here, different things. But let's go to the general store and get you set up for your camp. It's real easy. So someone's going to be taking over this general store pretty soon. Anyway, just $35 is your investment. You just buy a camp steak, and if you want to do some cooking at your camp, you might want to get. Actually, you don't have to have too much. Frying pan's probably all you need. Not even. So that's all you need, just a camp steak. And then what you got to do is find yourself a nice place where you want to have your camp set up. And then you think about camp, and you buy all your camping gear from the camp fella, and you just arrange it the way you want it. And you can get like a pump to fill your canteen. You can get a water trough for your horse. You can get all kinds of things here. And you get a lot of storage too. Like there's 5 storage crates you can get. Just remember that if you're going to move your camp or anything, you got to empty out your storage and you got to sell your stuff back to the camping guy. Don't just pull up a stake because, you want to move it 3 inches to the left or something. Just, pretty good radius. So just pick your spot and set up your camp. You need a little bit of money for the things, but they're not too expensive. I think the storage crates is only like $5 or something, and you can get up to 5 of them. They hold like 1,000 things, so that's pretty good. Yeah. See you later, Thorns. Yeah, it's pretty good. We got camp out back of the saloon just so we can have some water pumps and things back there for when we plant our crops, and we got a storage box back there so we can put our gardening supplies. So even if people have like property, they usually have a camp on it, so that you can, have extra storage and such. Like a pump at the furniture store in Valentine costs out like $80 or something, but a pump from the camp store only costs like 5 or something. It's like a big deal, and they work just as well. Oh no, yeah, you can plant anywhere really. I mean, not in the towns, probably not a good idea, but well, we plant here in Valentine just around back of the saloon. But yeah, you can do anything. We're not we're not too fussed around here. Like you find a nice piece of property, you know that you want to, put a camp stake on, put a little camp. Like obviously you can't go too close to somebody else's camp, because you won't even be able to put your stake down. But other than that, you go wild, set yourself up, have yourself a nice cozy little fire. You get a camp torch with your camp, like a stake with a lantern on it. If it ever looks a little funny, like things are floating in the air, just think about camp again, and it should settle everything down. And anytime you want to add or move furniture, you just think about camp and get it all moved from there. Yeah, I recommend it. Make yourself feel a lot more at home than sleeping in barns. Just gotta find a place you like. They basically just think about camp. He'll show up. You don't have to chase him down. He'll come to you. Oh, you're very welcome. Try to be hospitable around here. Make sure people feel comfortable and have a roof over their head, even if it's on the canvas. I mean, your smell of wet canvas is something you get used to, right? You've been outside. I don't mind it. We spend a lot of time and like a lot of people will, set up a camp and wait while there's raising money to buy themselves a home. Frank and I did that. We basically put some tents up in the property that we wanted to buy. It's not a real good idea to do that, I guess, but there was very few people around when we did that, so we just waited till we got the money together to buy the property, and then we put the property in. We left the camp right there, because we still had the storage and the campfire and everything. Kind of nice to go up there and sit. But we recently sold that property because we never there. Give somebody else a chance to buy it. Yeah, exactly. That's it. You get quite a lot of money back if you sell your house, so that's good too. We haven't really found a new place yet. We've been spending so much time here in Valentine. He just rents a room at this hotel right across there, and I just sleep in a room upstairs in the saloon. It suits us okay for now. But we are looking for another place. It does. It don't feel too much like home, but then home is kind of weird anyway, because Frank and I have kind of a strange relationship. I mean, he's my business partner, and he's kind of my best friend. But, lot of people think we're a couple. And sometimes I think we probably like we kind of are in a way, because we're kind of like a married couple. But, you know, except for the fun parts. We don't do that. But, you know, some days I think maybe, you know, well, I don't know. I mean, it's not like it's not my cup of tea. It's certainly been my cup of tea in the past. I'm not really sure about Frank much. We did have a conversation one time when we were drinking at the house about our past and stuff, and told him some of mine, but he tell me everything. He told me some of his. He was in a gang. He did some bad things, and I mean, that's to be expected. He's kind of a rough fella, but you know. I do some things too, so can't really talk. Still get up to a few things every so often, but not so much now. We got a legitimate business now. We got like a way of making a living. Yeah, some people probably not, but you know, when you get thrown out of the house real early and you got to fend for yourself, sometimes you got to do some things that you know you don't want to. Anyway, I'll let you go. You can, you know, do your stagecoach. You can, you know, you can set up your camp, and if you ever see that we got the Gilded Blade open, come on over. It was real nice to meet you, Ivy. Right. You take care. You have a wonderful day. I'm gonna put up the poster. I didn't get a chance to tell her about the camp thing. As as Althea, so I'm glad I got a chance to tell her as Onion. You thinking about leaving? Sir? You thinking about leaving? Sir? Sir, are you thinking about leaving the establishment? Man. Man. Oh yeah, she's gonna sell that gold ring next time we're near a fence. Ski Mash Jug doesn't have a picture. Hello, Land Cruiser. Land Cruiser V8 Cullen. You bought. Yarrow. I don't think I need Yarrow. Chanterelles. 100 chanterelles. We got 173 eggs. And that ain't even in. I think we got a box with eggs. That's herb and spice box. We've got a few things that we have in case we want to sell to people directly. sugar in here. You don't have much yeast. You need wheat for yeast. Or no, flax. Any flax for wheat? I got for flax. I have to have some flax. Wait, let me see if we've got a box with. One problem I have is forgetting to look at all the crates. Tomatoes, carrots, baked beans, herbs and spices, food, citrus, meats, meat, foods, grain. Look at meat. Barley. We need it for the yeast. Well, I have barley. I'll make some yeast. I think Onion is my character that's got the most highest level of crafting. I did quite a lot of crafting on Alice in the early testing phases of the server, but I haven't really done much since, except for some medical crafting, which I don't think gives XP in the same way. And Althea's done barely any. Oh, you need 20. Okay, hang on. That. 10, so I just need 10 more. I'm always accidentally acquiring eggs. By standing here and pressing G. Have a condition that causes me to get scaly patches. So I also have a cream. This crops up in weird places. I might have to run off and get some of that cream to put on it because it is itching. I've got some yeast, 80 yeast now. Right, wait a minute, there's a baking box. Did I just have yeast sitting out here? I don't know if I can fit all 80 of it in here. Yeah, no. Or are you just gonna go wild? Mhm. Well, then we don't need a lot of coconut oil. 30. You gonna drink up and leave? Everybody's gone but you. Wanna go? You wanna go? I see it go. I was just showing you my gun so that I could, you know, encourage you to leave. Goddamn cattlemen's, why? Why everybody got a goddamn cattleman? And it's one way to get rid of your last customer. Well, I believe Rankins. I just noticed her boots are boogered up under her pants instead of over. I don't think I have, but there is definitely a big pin right there that we can do. It's so hot in here. You go outside and its temperature drops like a lot.
I ain't playing around.
Strangely enough, Stance is on the smoke, which I think we've always had for some reason. Stance doesn't do anything. It literally does nothing.
Yeah!
Just give me a sec. I'm just gonna go grab my crane and have her smoke here a sec.
I can use a hand here. Out of my way. Tell him you saw me. Ain't got all day here.
There we go.
You got some nerve.
There you go. She got her money. Didn't have much money. Okay. There y'all see? Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that makes you feel good.
Hello. Easy.
Yeah, I gotta do that. Oh, you get mud everywhere in every crevice here. It's very annoying. Yeah, well, I don't know where you're thinking of setting up, but there's lots of real nice places. It's beautiful views. I'm sure you'll find one that suits you. We pass there's a camp down at Heartland Overflow. I don't know whose camp it is, but that area is pretty nice and there ain't much in the way of predators or nothing come disturb you. If you go up around what you called Wallace Station, there's a lot of grizzly bears, but there's some pretty country there too. Hey, Classy. I'd love to have run into you again more than a dog. We can actually have a chat. But there's a lot of people around roads, it seems. I don't know if you're the type that needs a lot of people around, but that area is pretty full, I would say. Um, yeah, I can understand that. I like it all right, but you know, we thought at first we was going to spend some time in Saint Denis, but honestly, I really wasn't enjoying the city life. So the Dusty's pretty bad. I'm guessing you're not like a New Austin kind of person. There's so much dust out there. It is, alright. Well, it's pretty dusty. There's whole dust storms. Yeah, it is dry. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Armadillo's, was kind of building up okay, but I think those businesses are closed yet, so. However, it is, for those that got the tenacity, there's quite a lot open that's available for people. It gets very hot there. And Saint Denis, that was another thing. It just messed up my hair. It got all frizzy. Too many. Here you gotta take off. I gotta put on coats and take off coats all the time. Hi there, how are you? Doing okay.
Good evening, ma'am.
That's true. I think, probably in terms of like climate, probably strawberry and Blackwater's kind of the most consistently nice. Yes, they are a non-speaking person. Happy 4th of July for those who celebrate. I personally don't because I'm Canadian. But happy Independence Day to everyone there. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's Rustwater Ranch has got a cougar. Uh, they named her Martha, which sounds like a nice old lady, but is in fact a very nasty cougar. And but I don't think there's probably things around Blackwater. Um, Oh yeah, there's another cougar outside of Lakewater. To be honest, between Lakewater and Thieves Landing, Thieves Landing's got some wolves too. I think. Seen lots of critters. People didn't use the term cougars in that way till 2000. The year 2000 became popular. By the way. Yeah, well, I mean, it's I wouldn't settle someplace when
Evening,
I
lady.
knew they were a cougar. We had a cougar not far from where our house was up north, near Annisburg, and it was enough. But there's a lot of elk and moose and stuff up there too, which was real good for hunting. When we first got here, we did a lot of hunting for money, and the nice thing about elk and bears and stuff is they pay pretty well. At the, by the time you get their pelts and all their bits and bobs, so you get a decent amount of money. Alligators don't pay as much as people think. I find alligators is kind of a waste of time, except we go down to the bayou now to hunt birds most of the time because we need bird meat. Yeah, I honestly just make do with the double dash and it does the trick most of the time anyway.
Evening.
Yeah. No, there's a couple of Blake's gunsmiths. There's the Ills Iron in Rhodes, and then there's the Broken Compass. They recently moved from St. Denis to Blackwater. So there's more stuff in that area now. He told me somebody will reopen the saloon in Blackwater. It was open for a while, but then it closed. There was a gunsmith here, but he closed up. And we had a blacksmith there, Mr. Turner, but he ain't been around much. But a general store is opening here soon, so that's nice. We do have the two saloons. Like, we are a two saloon town, which is kind of good. It gets a lot of drunks here, so. Yeah, I'd like to see more people here. It's nice. I mean, it will be nice to have them here. The only thing this town ain't got going for it is, you know, muddy snow for best. And there's so many carts come through here because of the animal trade, the farm animals and stuff. There's so many carts through here. It's just a constant churning mud all the time. Rains here quite a bit. Other than that, it's a real nice town. Yeah, I think I'd like to find a place to live here, near here. We ain't done that yet. Oh, well, I mean, most places is better than Van Horn. You gotta be honest. I mean, McKay is better than Van Horn. I want to come to it. Come to it. Oh, Tumbleweed's quite nice. There's loading tumbleweeds. Got facility. Got a bank. Armadillo's got a seed store. So if you want to plant seeds, you can buy seeds there. Strawberry got the other seed store for buying all the seeds. She hasn't shown her any sign really that she's into crime, so I'm not gonna use crime stuff unless she kind of. I put it out there that Onions, kind of got gets into some stuff, and if she wants to ask, she can. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's just it's a nice, quiet little territory. It's got, we don't have a lot of crime, mostly petty. We do got a couple of organizations that's been putting up posters on the pin board. I don't know what's up with that, to be honest. But, it's pretty good for the most part. People behave themselves, I think. Well, I hope you find what she's looking for in terms of a nice place to stay. Have a look around, see what you fancy. Pretty much everywhere's got snakes, but if that's the only thing you have to contend with. I mean, yeah, actually, yeah, the doctors can. Some of them advertise when they're around. Another thing is you can send a telegram to doctor with all capital letters. Just tell the telegraph guy doctor, and ask to meet him up with him and see if you can arrange a time to meet with them and get supplies from them. Sometimes they advertise like Dear Doyle is in Rhodes a lot, so you can just mosey by Rhodes, his doctor's office, and see if she's around. She's also got a stable there, the Dutch Delight stable, so she's often in Rhodes. And the pharmacist is, I think, her partner, so he's often around there too. I think there was a doctor was around earlier, was advertising about selling things, so you can always contact them by telephone, a telegraph, and say I'm interested in buying some supplies, and they'll meet up with you and sell to you. It's half the price of walking in the doctor's office to that fella there. Like if you go walk into that fella right now, he'd sell you a snake candy bin for $10, but they'll sell it to you for $5, so that's a substantial savings right there. Never hurts to have a few of those on hand, and if you got yourself a camp set up, you can keep some at your camp and have some, on your person, some in your bed bags. Yeah, they're pretty ready to spring and strike anytime. I've been bit by snakes before. It's not pleasant. No, they ain't done that yet, but I expect the next generation of snakes will learn things that this generation of snakes don't even know. Oh my God. I've never. But, I've never seen a snake in downtown Knockwood. I've never seen one, so I've been lucky, I guess. I mean, I think they're everywhere, but really, I've never seen one behind a saloon. I've been behind the saloon a whole lot, but I'm careful on the road up there. Well, there don't seem to be as many as in a lot of places, so. As long as they keep it down. Yeah, it does. Oh, Lemoyne. Because it's humid, I guess they're like that. There's a lot of snakes. We have to watch that when we're going hunting in there. There's snakes everywhere. Frank loves to kill them. He mostly shoots arrows at them. Yeah, I'm just learning how to shoot a gun, so I've been mostly shooting them with a gun, but I'm not real good at bow and arrow. In fact, I don't even own one. Let Frank do that stuff. Did you get yourself oatmeal at Johnny King's? I tell you, they're good. If you didn't, I'll tell you, I'll hand you this one I got, and you try that, and make sure that you always have some oatmeal. Warm up your cockles or your heart. Not many foods warm you up the way this one does. In fact, I can think of no other. But, you know, we got good stuff in here too. You just don't warm you up like Johnny's oatmeal does. I don't know what the hell he puts in it. He says it's a family recipe. Yeah, it's real good. I know it's a cinnamon or a touch of nutmeg or whatever it is that he puts in there, but it just comes out just right. Yeah, the Canes really settled this area. Hi, Hayes. This is onion, but I'll do an Alice hug for sure. Yeah. I don't know how much Johnny knows. He's kind of... He's a little strange old fellow, to be honest. Don't call him old, though, because he gets real upset. I don't know how old he is, to be honest. He's really hard to tell. Maybe 60? Maybe 70? Oh, yeah, he'll get right insulted if you call him old. There's speaking of old, I think there's an older fella across the street to me. Oh, I don't know who that is. That ain't Johnny. You been lurking? Oh, no. You seem to be walking with some purpose towards the church. He's walking right up there. Maybe. Kinda late for praying. Nope, think it's open to me. Thank you, Hayes. You didn't have to do that. What a sweetheart. Or commit. I mean, maybe he's off. Maybe he's after getting forgiveness before even committing them. I don't know what he's doing. He's definitely checking it out. I expect that's what it is. Probably a damn goddamn grave robber. I, I have to admit I did try a little grave robbing, but honestly I didn't find it worth the while. Speaking of which, I'm a cattleman to drop. It ain't really mine either. It gets your hands dirty. Like literally hands dirty. As well as figuratively hands dirty. Well, thank you for subscribing with your Prime. I really appreciate that. Donna King's relatives are all buried up there. I don't think they have much left in their graves. I think Donnie's been carefully tending them for many years, and there's nothing left. Ain't my business anyway. I don't really care. I'm just here to run a saloon. Exactly. You might just be grateful for the company, to be honest. I don't know what he's doing. Just standing out there by a boulder. Well, I do wish you good luck in finding yourself a nice spot. I'm sure there's plenty of nice spots and you can find one. One that's handy for you. Put a couple bedrolls in a tent and, we'd be all nice and cozy. Oh, yeah. I don't know what you're thinking about. We don't got a lot of call for staff here. I know that some of the ranches was looking. I think there's only one ranch operating like all the time. It would be the Hill Haven Ranch near Roach. Yeah, they got the Murphy tailors here. The Murphys kind of got tailoring kind of sewn up, I think. But a lot of people, might need a little assistance with it because I think they find it intimidating. I used to love clothes shopping when I was younger, but now I just hate it. I just want to get in and out. Oh, Murphy's got terrible selection for ladies. It's just kind of bad. It is a bit of a mess. Puts things in the stupidest places and you can find them. That is true. There's a fellow over there in the Saints Hotel that he's just makes you dress right outside of, in a hallway. Kind of weird. Yeah. It is true. They're not real consistent with their dialogues. It's a lack of selection that kind of bothers me the most, I think, of anything. Like I gotta think about wearing layers because you know I'm in and out of his place so much, so I gotta have a coat that I'm standing here with, and then I gotta be able to strip that off into something that's relatively heat, you know, acceptable for heat. So I'm always doing that, back and forth. Here's somebody creeping up behind me. Bye. Don't come back. Never enjoyed having you here. Yeah, I got a lot of those. Junk local, she's the bane of my existence, to be honest. Otherwise, it's pretty good. I don't mind having a saloon. I always used to kind of want to. It's really technically, I guess, it's Frank's saloon, but. I mean, you can put stuff in your saddlebags, you know. You got a winter outfit. Something that you only need if you're going north for some reason, like you had to go to Coulter or something. I don't know much reason to go up there, but I know some people was living up there. Oh my. Ant stealers, that's the worst. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Something's got to be done about that. You barely have one thing come through. You know, you might manage to get like a knife and a little basket with some goods in, but that's about it. Got to talk to people at that train company about the thievery.
Howdy. Yeah, yeah.
At least you get a little bit of money, you know, you can get. Yeah, I mean, there's Lobos all over the place. I think they got an in with the train company to grab people's luggage off before they even leave the train.
Yep. Morning, ma'am.
Yeah, I had an unfortunate situation a few days ago where we was doing a stagecoach out of Saint Denis and the Lobos attacked us at a covered bridge, and
Giddy up.
for some reason our passengers seemed to get mightily confused about which of us was the good guys and which of them was the bad guys, and they attacked us instead of the Lobos. Including the lawman that was riding in their stagecoach. He jumped me, threw me to the ground, and straddled me and started whacking me in the face with his pistol. I got very bad bruising. It's only just clearing up, and burns on my arms because they also shot out the lights on the stagecoach and burned it all up. Yeah, Little Creek's got some. Yeah, there's some around that ranch down there. I don't know why they're there. They used to be between Roach and Valentine, but the law kind of chased them out of their camp they had over there. I didn't know about that. It was in the paper. Well, you'd think, but there's these assholes that got that Blackwater Pass between Strawberry and Blackwater kind of sewed up. They never leaving there, I don't think. Oh yeah, these guys used to grab people at the same spot between Valentine and Rhodes, and they got fixed up. There's also one on the northern road, like if you're traveling north, like we used to use that northern road to get between Cattail Pond and our place in Annisburg, and they'd jump you there. You know, I don't know whether you know there's a poppy field up there. They're up there somewhere. You get attacked by wolves in one place, yeah, where there's some native housing, and then you get, as soon as you deal with that, you move along, and then you get attacked by these assholes. So there's lots to enjoy on that road. Oh yeah, I don't miss having to do that. I don't miss having to go between Cattail Pond and Annisburg through the upper road, because Frank loved it though. He really loves shooting people. He just sees it all as target practice. You know, he loves taking out bandits. He's kind of a bandit himself, if you want to know the truth, but I think it takes one to know one, or it takes one to shoot one, or something like that. Yeah, exactly. Like, what are you gonna get from them? $5 and a cheap ass cattleman revolver or something? Those shitty rifles they use. That is true. You gotta kind of defend yourself at that point. Yeah, they don't usually have much on them. Every once in a while you get, like, I got a gold ring I gotta sell. I don't think it was the wedding ring of the guy that I shot. I think it was probably somebody stole off of someone.
Morning, ma'am.
Used to find more things on them, but lately they ain't got much on them, so
Giddy up now. Morning there.
we need a better class of bandit, to be honest. Exactly. Might be a family heirloom or stuff, but I don't need a gold ring. I ain't got a fella or nothing, so I just got Frank.
Hello?
Well, no, got him, you know, we just, I don't know why people favor it. I mean, people went crazy in 49, 40, 48, I think, when Jonah King found some gold around here. I remember the story about, and, in 49, everybody came, of course, to all the spots looking for gold. Yeah, silver's pretty nice. I never wear a lot of jewelry. I mean, I used to wear a lot of jewelry, but, you know, kind of leash off into thievery. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That's terrible. I mean, that's the most important thing. The other things is just symbolic. You still got the person you care about. That's the most important thing.
Good morning.
Losing people is not easy. You're never quite the same. I mean, you might recover, but you're never quite the same. Leaves a hole in your heart. Yeah, and it might look fixed, but there'll still be cracks in. I swear sometimes I think that I should, not think about any of that stuff anymore because I already lost people I cared about, and I don't really want to care about other people because I might lose them. Yeah. Then sometimes I think, yeah, I know, I just, you gotta just go day to day and see what happens, I suppose. Need to be open to a little possibility here and there. Yeah. I mean, I spend all my time with this, kind of selling guy from Greater Bulgaria, who's kind of a, I don't know. I don't know how to describe Frank. He's interesting. I feel like he's got my back, though, and I think that's important. He's a pretty hard-working fella. That's good. A lot of them aren't.
Hello.
I don't think he's particularly open to any kind of, well, I don't know what he's open to be honest. I never asked him about that. Yeah, well, he don't talk about much. He's more of the strong silent type, if you know what I mean. But it cleans up real well. Like, you got an outfit for working at the, I mean, maybe, but I don't. But we're not there. We ain't got that point in our relationship. Maybe. I mean, I know what most men want, and it ain't pleasant really sometimes, but I know about Friday. I don't even know if that's the destination that either of us are looking for. I don't really know. So far, our relationship has been mainly business with some friendship thrown in, but I don't know if we would go in the. I don't even know if he's interested, to be honest. I don't. I have no idea. All I know is you don't call me onion. Yeah, I figured if it happens, it happens, you know. We've teased each other about it, sort of, kind of. Yesterday, or a day before, I made a joke about my beaver. It wasn't really my beaver, it was his beaver that he caught on Orange Ely, and I had to, I killed it for him, so I was carrying around the pelt and stuff in my bag, and, you know, the fella at the trapper there didn't want to buy it, the pelt, and so I said that fella didn't want to buy my beaver. And then I said, you want it back? It's actually your beaver." And then he was kind of, I think he found that pretty comical. He was only talking about a beaver, no, not a, I don't know what he thought. Yeah, I think he might have been a little flirt. Well, he was laughing. It's kind of hard to describe Frank,
Giddy up now.
and Frank and Laughter don't usually live in the same area, but every once in a while he hears a good old belly laugh, and he laughed yesterday, the day before, when we was talking about the beaver. Oh well, I mean, I suppose. I mean, I have heard him complain about, you know, how he has to go sleep at the hotel, but we're definitely not at the bed sharing situation. Like I said, I don't even think he's got any designs on that. I, well, I don't know. I mean, we own a saloon, so it's kind of hard to go out to eat because we own a saloon. But we never done anything like romantical. Oh, we did that quite a bit when we were sharing the house, but we don't share a house together anymore. We sold it. Well, he sold it. He's got the money in the bank over there in case we find another house we want to buy. We did have our eyes on one place, but we don't know how to buy it. We're gonna have to talk to a real estate agent or somebody about whether we get it. I don't even know. Like it's not my taste, but it's closer to Valentine than we were. Yeah, I think you got that right. I mean, might be interested in more, but I honestly thought I was done with that part of my life, you know. Man is usually more trouble than they're worth, to be honest. Yeah, because, and not just a friendship, like we run a business together. I don't want anything to get awkward, you know. Like, what if this is not like anything at all, and you know, yeah, he might not want that at all. I have no idea, and maybe he's just longing for the same thing and just don't want to, you know, for the same reason we're both at a stalemate. It's nice if you find that somebody gets you. Well, I mean, we made so many jokes about not being attracted to each other and how it's never going to happen, and we used to make jokes like that all the time. lately we've been making jokes that are a little bit different, and it's not really about how he smells and stuff, or how we're, we make a lot of jokes about crabs because we actually have a crab dish and we go to Guarma and keep crabs together, and so you make these crab jokes. Exactly. Well, we gotta get crabs together every so often. We go to Guarma and get crabs together.
How you do?
Indeed. Gotta wash the sand off your crabs.
Hello?
How you do, miss?
I never seen any oysters. Bet Frank has, but I haven't. Wow. I heard about that. It's kind of metaphor for life, I think. You sometimes some grit gets under your skin and then it's uncomfortable, but then you make something beautiful with it. Oh, it's too bad because we do have a
Yes.
couple of nice crab dishes, and our shrimp stew is very filling.
Hey!
Yeah, do like ribs.
Giddy up.
Yeah, well, uh, some people got. We try to have things in here for different tastes, so we got a bunch of different dishes at different prices, and we got our fancy Guarma dish, but we got a regular food too. And a lot of people set store by the Sidewinder lemonade. They don't exclusive to us or nothing. We just, we don't know people selling it right now. There was a long time where people couldn't find it, limes and lemons. And once we found the lemons, we started making the lemonade. And we used to get telegrams from people asking where the lemons were because nobody could find them. Frank found them. Yeah, found the limes too. So, we got lime to put in things. All the citrus fruits down in Lemoyne, as you can imagine, the climate's good for it down there. There's a lady got the house with the orange grove outside of Saint Denis, and the lemons and limes is at Paliga Home, right behind the main house there. If you're ever looking. Yeah, you just go there and pick them off the tree. And not too many things you need to do with them, but if you got access to a stove, like if you come in here and we're not around, we got a stove out in the middle of the room. I think you'd be able to use it. Not sure though, but I think you can. Just walk in here and use your stove and make things. There's a a cook pot down at the crafting center down there, but it's got different recipes on the stove. I don't know how interested you were in cooking, but you can cook some things on your campsite in your campfire. You cook some things in the cook pot at the crafting centers, and then you can cook different things in the stove. And some of the things require that you prepare them in a crafting bench. Oh, have you? Yeah. Yeah, we make a lot of food. We got a lot in stock at the moment. We don't sell that much, so you got to balance it out, A lot of people buy our inexpensive chicken and bird meat things, which honestly are not that filling. Yeah, I don't mind it. Also, I got, Frankie's a good partner, so he does so much work. He's real good at it. He got himself a nice outfit for working at the saloon. I kind of named him into it because he always looks like he's about to go rob a bank or something. And I said, you should have a nice outfit for working a saloon, Frank. So we did. We got one, and honestly, he looks real nice in it. I ain't never even seen his head because he never stops wearing his hat. But he looks all right.
Have a lovely evening, ma'am.
Well, yeah, I suppose. I mean, he just looks kind of dark and mysterious, kind of looking. I mean, not literally rob a bank. I mean, that would be a crazy thing to do. True. It is true. That's true. Yeah, we don't really need too much else. We got lots of things we can cook and sell in this one. That would be funny. Yeah, Frankie's kind of the one to come up with things. Except I'm the one that kind of, I don't know, I kind of make suggestions about what to do. I don't know whether you got this problem with your relationship, but in my relationship, if such you want to call it, even if it's not a romantic relationship at the moment, it's just, I feel like I'm the one that always has to decide what to do. And I think Frankie's just one of these real easygoing people that kind of, just goes with the flow. So I gotta be the one to kind of suggest what we do and when. I don't know if there's always a person like that in a couple, but I would think you'd be like even Steven in most like equal relationships. You got, half the time you do what the one person does, and half the other time you do what the other person wants to do. Yeah, I think I feel like the pressure's dropping. It might be yeah, maybe. Well, I bought him a horse. Actually, I bought him a Mustang. I think he likes it. Sometimes he thinks it's. And then he bought me a Navy revolver, which ain't the same. I wouldn't tell him how much I spent on the horse, but I think it was a good gesture. I do think that the pressure's starting to drop. I think there might be a storm coming in. So you might want to get yourself set up, or find a nice dry place to be for a while, and then think about where you want to put your camp. It's been real nice talking to you, Ivy. And you're literally the only person that knows anything about this thing with Frank. So I don't know. I feel like I trusted you with that. You seem like that trustworthy person. Mm, I don't even think he's sad, to be honest. I think he's just you real straightforward. Well, you go take care, and I'm going to batten down the hatches. I appreciate that. Like if you run into Frank, don't. Yeah, I heard that Austin is pining for you because it would. I don't. Well, for one thing, I don't think he believed it. The thing I think he would. I mean, I suppose she could. I feel like things in the last few weeks have been shifting. You know. Oh, he don't talk much. But maybe that's just because he ain't got nobody to talk to. But me. True. That's true. Well, if you see him, you get anything out of him, might be getting blood out of a stone. You can try. Anyway, you go off and get yourself sorted, and I'll see you again soon. You take care. And say hi to your missus for me. God, nobody came in here that whole time. We didn't get any NPCs in here because I was on the step, I guess. I can't tell what we sold and what we haven't sold, so I can only see the store like everybody else sees the store. Well, I probably shouldn't say don't play it to her, but I think she'd be trustworthy. I hope so, anyway. I do have to get something for lunch. I didn't have breakfast. I was dealing with the fallout of my microwave oven self-immolated yesterday. Fortunately, I wasn't cooking much in it. I was melting a few chocolate chips, and I only had it on for like 30 or 40 seconds, but it just was the 30 or 40 seconds, the last 30 or 40 seconds of its life, and it actually apparently caught on fire. So I no longer have a microwave. I had to unplug it, and I've got it, by the back door, ready to put outside because I'm gonna have to take it to the dump. I don't want anybody else trying to use it. I should probably just like literally cut the electrical cord off it so that people don't use it. It is kind of a good excuse to not have breakfast, but I have many other ways to cook. I don't need a microwave to do anything. I have my lunch already. I made it yesterday. It's bean and chickpea scoopable salad. I have to zhuzh it up a little bit though, because when I was eating it yesterday, I thought this needs lemon juice or some kind of acid to kind of. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to zhuzh it up a little bit. But it's good. It just it's extremely healthy. I have a food chopper that I bought. One of these little not a slap chop thing, but you can in fact alert while eating food. So Anya just kind of poured her heart out to this new friend that she met, Ivy. We did approve Ivy to have a larger than normal. She's got two actually. It's Alice Dallas, and she's got two characters that are tall. Ivy's the tallest of the two. And there's reasons for it in the backstory. So that it made sense. So Jim had to work it out because he actually has ever done that for a pet. He knew it was possible to do. He just needed to the logistics. That worked out, so they're now the way those characters should appear and have been on other servers. So there's a group that basically came here from another server, and I think they got the right idea about being here, so I think they'll be good. They're already contributing a lot, so that's nice. So I am going to duck out a few minutes early here and get myself some food. Talking about food just now started to make. Oh. So let me get some music. We're gonna go with some Willie P. Okay. Macho, onion. I'm gonna put on some Willie P in it. See you guys in a few minutes.
You got a lead.
pretty flowers. Give your baby, get her under your power. If you've got silks, sweet perfume, you know she might come up to your room. But if she's got soul, she knows she's gonna bowl you over. And when my baby rolls me over, I feel like I wanna fly. Yes, I feel like I wanna fly. But if you've got satins, lots of money, diamond rings and such things to trap your honey, you've got big black cars you want to let her ride, you give it all to her, she might come over to your side. But if she's got love and a deep devotion, it gets just as deep as the ocean, just you two inside, just you two inside. Got a house, a mansion in the country, you give it all to her, she could still be empty, you could be the richest man in the world, but there's nothing I know of that'll buy you the heart of a girl. But if you've got love and a deep devotion, it gets just as deep as the ocean, with just you two inside, just you two inside. Once I was a rich man, a gambler was my game, until I saw her cool beauty, inside her danced my flame, and I watched till my desire was turned from me to her, and she watched till I was blinded, touched me there, give her diamonds for her fingers and rhinestones for her hair, give her dresses for her body, but don't curse you and she'll haunt you, and do it with a smile, even when you're on a long road, but down it many miles. Well, I gave her all she needed. Yeah, I loved her all I could. What she wanted more, boys, I never understood. And the times that I would leave her, I never could decide whether I was gone for good then, or just for one last ride. I'll give her diamonds for her fingers and rhinestones for her hair. Give her dresses for her body, but don't ever give her a care. 'Cause she'll curse you and she'll haunt you, and do it with a smile, even when you're on a long road and been down it many miles. Even when you're on a long road and been down it many miles. Blackie and Rodeo King, they were just good friends. Been to every rodeo and they rode on every old train. And Blackie lived out her life every night trying to sort out the lies that people would tell her. And the Rodeo King was an Indian who found the bottle a better friend than any old white man. Through 20 years of fighting with the Brahmas and the horses and the women, Blackie picked him up one night laying face down in the gutter. And with her heart on her sleeve that life tailored for the street, she knew that she must talk to him. The stories he told her were enough for him to hold her and her to hold on to him. I counted the scars of one another as we watched the level of the bottle go around. And Blackie was a beauty, though why she was very hard to tell. But the faces the Lord put on us are the actions of a heart that love can fill. Heart to heart they're living now, Blackie and the Rodeo King. Counting scars and one another as we watch the level of the bottle go around. And Blackie was a beauty, though why she was very hard to tell. But the faces the Lord put on us are the actions of a heart that love can fill. Heart to heart they're living now, Blackie and the Rodeo hardest part, baby, is smiling when your plans don't work out, and still count yourself a lucky one. With a God so smart, we were born with two hands reaching out, and a heart that knows the joys of love, stars above, the lucky one. Oh, the lucky one, to have these dreams to dream and go. Oh, the lucky one, who never stumble and fall. Blue flame search for a hot love, and deep in the city is deep in his heart. Searching the scene, he raises his black glove. He wants to love, he don't know where to start. Oh, the lucky one, to have this chance to dream it all. Oh, the lucky one, who never stumble and fall. Wino wakes up on the street,
Hi, Spitfire.
counts his feet, and he sees there's two.
I have some weak ass tortilla chips, man. You cannot dip them into this sickerable salad at all.
With a God so smart, we were born
I also discovered, this is exciting for those of you who heard that my microwave self-immolated. My fridge is now leaking. So I'm having a bad time with appliances this week.
have these dreams to dream and all.
That's not great.
The lucky one,
I am retiring officially at the end of August. I'm not going to have any income other than my retirement income. So, and my government pension. So, this is really not a good time for all this stuff to be found. So I can call, I guess I have to call somebody to try to fix the fridge because honestly, this fridge is small and I don't know if I can find another fridge that'll fit where I need it to fit. Also, last month, I decided, okay, fridge is holding out okay, even though it's getting old. I'll buy 2 new crisper baskets for it, and that cost me $100. And a month later, the fridge is leaking. Why is it like that? Why does it do that? Stuff does know when to break. That is actually pretty true. Well, Oslin kind of spilled her guts to her new friend Ivy. Your dishwasher broke? I don't have a dishwasher. I am the dishwasher. I mean, there's just me living here now. But even we should have had a dishwasher when my husband was around because he created a lot of dishes. I don't think there's too many people on today, so I don't think. Father Bishop. Weddings, blessings, and baptism. We have a That might have been who was digging around the church. Yeah. There was a fella that Ivy and Onion saw digging around the church, and now there's a poster up about Father Bishop. Oh wait. Oh, I did that wrong. Sorry, her boots should be on the outside of her pants, and they never are. Someone did say mischief. You know who said mischief. Wonder if Onion would have any better luck going hunting now. The Gax Black. Oh boy, oh boy. She's aiming to misbehave. A ye and a ha, yes? Both. Well, you can haw and ye if you want, but personally I prefer to ye before I haw. See if we can find us a bird. So Anya did pour out her heart to her new friend. I mean, she kind of actually didn't, but Ivy was smart enough to pick up on some things, some subtext, and gave some advice. And I'm not actually sure. Normally, Dunn is on all day Saturday, but he's got a neighbor making a heck of a noise, and he doesn't really want to come in when that noise is happening. So we can forgive him. We can give him a day off. He doesn't need to be in here every single day. Ah. And I know these got some noise suppression, and I know not everybody's going to be able to hear it, but I think he says it's really loud. So, and it's just the second day, apparently, of a project that is more than one day. So it's possible he might just want to leave the house and go somewhere where there isn't a massive amount of drilling happening in his ear. I cannot really blame him for that. I didn't check to see if you were hungry or thirsty. I should have done that, shouldn't I? Ain't a bird, so you're lucky today. I'm only hunting birds today. Oh, turkeys. Where'd it go? I keep seeing prairie chickens and missing shooting them. Where'd it? Who you calling ugly? There's usually so many turkeys around here. Oh, damn. They didn't tell me you was a mouth breather, Tilly. She's very noisy. This is the house that they're thinking about trying to get. It's not for sale anywhere. Like, it's not have to go through Jim. But that's, I mean, it's really too much for them, but nothing else is enough. There are no 2-bedroom houses anywhere. Game sounds off? Oh. Damn it. There. Sorry about that. Thank you for telling me. I always turn it off so that the music doesn't interfere with the music, and that is one of your hosts. This is Tilly. I actually have to check and see if Tilly's okay, because I haven't... It was all good yesterday, but I've ridden her some since then, so... Oh dear.
Mudtown claimed another. Some fool fell off the boat.
I try to always do them as I go, but on streaming days I tend to just throw them in the sink, which is... means I have a lot of work left for me after I...
So, yeah. So I hear.
I look and see where you're at. Oh, you are thirsty. People gonna think I don't love you. I do love you. It's because I live in Valentine, ain't it? It's just always muddy. Pretty good. Alright, I know I'm not near a hay pile. You eating though? You did eat. Alright.
Miss?
Every once in a while, I accidentally slip and say that her name is Onion Riley, because when I first created this character back on Badger Hollow, I created her as Osland Riley, and then I created her before Dunn made his Frank character, and when he made his Frank character, without, like, we didn't talk about it or anything, but he made him as Frank Riley, and I thought, I thought we've been RPing together too long, and B, I thought, okay, I have to change her name. They are not married, and everybody's going to think they're brother and sister or husband and wife, so I changed her last name to Ryan. Occasionally I slip and say her name is Osland Riley, and then I have to make some kind of weird, I heard it. I have to make some kind of weird statement about how, oh, it's just a mistake, but, and then everybody thinks they're a couple. But they may as well be, so we've been heading in that direction for a long, long time. One turkey. One solitary turkey. I didn't have much luck, Tilly. Ain't your fault or nothing, but it's just like, it's a long ass time between birds here. Ain't have much luck in this pattern. Maybe I need to go down to the bayou and shoot some hares. Well, you know what? Let's see. I'm gonna go down to the telegraph office. I'm gonna ask that fella for a stagecoach. If he sends me down to the bayou, like this ain't any, I'll call you back out and we'll go hunting, okay? Actually, I might not. I might take my new hunt. I got a new hunting cart. I bought. I didn't even tell. I don't think I even told Frank about a hunting cart. I was kind of going to surprise him. Okay, you go take a rest. I would like a decent station.
How are you, miss?
4 people. That is to Saint Denis, please. A road's supposed to do. It's not what I asked for. I am still eating my lunch. I made this chopped salad, scoopable salad yesterday. And it's good, but it was definitely missing something, so I just squeezed the juice of a couple lemons into it, and it's better. But I have these weak-ass tortilla chips that just break. Can't dip them, so I have to use a spoon to scoop them into the tortilla chip. Which unfortunately means both hands. I might go quiet for a minute while I eat a little bit more of the salad. This is a little too messy a lunch for me to be eating. I haven't been checked out on this. Fortunately, though, I don't have the camera on, so you don't have to see how messily I'm eating the salad. Also, I keep turning the mic off because crunchy tortilla chips might be weak, but they're very crunchy. Oh, well, I just saw turkeys. Why do I see turkeys when there was something? I can't get out and shoot turkeys, because if you get out and start shooting, the passengers will get very upset. Alright, I might have doled out a slightly too generous portion. Very healthy though. I'm trying to eat better. But and I really am eating a lot more vegetables since I got this veggie chopper. One of the ones with the top piece that fits over a box, and you put the veggies on the blade and chop it down. So not a slap chop, but I guess a refinement of the slap chop idea. Slap chops were really silly. I lived through that era of television marketing, and some of that stuff was really stupid. I know better than to say anything about not seeing the cougar, because and it was captured for posterity that on Alice I said I haven't seen a cougar, and that millisecond after that the horse dumped her and the cougar was right there. That was a good payout for you, fella, at least.
Hello?
Now, I would like to go to Saint Denis, please. If you could just refrain from your usual being a shit. He could not refrain from his usual being a shit. You feel as good? Alright. Guess we're going to Blackwater. Want to get off the road there? It's a stagecoach! People in this territory are easily impressed. I'm just going to let her cinematic drive because I can't see what the fuck I'm doing. Oh, she's going through Van Horn. How annoying. Shouldn't need to go through Van Horn for this. I need an issue with it. Oh shit, hold on for her. This was also a bit of a clean the fridge out lunch project, because I had an open jar of marinated artichokes that I used for another recipe I made earlier this week, and I threw some of those, chopped them up, threw them in here. The biggest marinated artichoke pan, but I had these and I thought I may as well use them. I am a bit guilty of, a lot guilty of what you might call aspirational shopping. I go to the grocery store and I buy things without really much of a plan, but thinking this would be good, this would be healthy, I could make something good with this. And then I spend all my time playing these role-playing games and really do quick and dirty food prep, and some of the stuff I buy goes to waste, and I can't really do that anymore because I am going to be retired and I don't have the disposable income. Never really was, in a position to be able to waste food, but where I was doing it. But a few things I've learned over the years: do not buy pre-washed salads in a bag. They're just going to go bad before you get a chance to use them. You can still buy salad in a bag, you have to wash it. Don't get it pre-washed. It'll last a lot longer. Don't buy one, experimental vegetables unless you have a very specific recipe and you are definitely going to make it that day. Buy stuff you like. I've been buying a lot of yellow, orange, and red peppers. They're not especial favorites of mine, but it's easy to put them in the veggie chopper and add them as a vegetable to a lot of things that you're doing, so I find that's helpful. And have a few flexible standby recipes. I have my naan bread pizza, which is very much a clean the dishes are done. Very good. Make naan bread pizza because you don't have to worry about the crust. It's already just made. I cook it in the air fryer or in the toaster oven. I almost always have some kind of either salsa or pizza sauce on hand. And then you can just put whatever in it on top of it you want. And if you've got some chopped, already pre-chopped peppers with the veggie chopper, then I end up with food on top. I get some vegetables into my pizza. I really hope I don't have to empty out my entire fridge if I get repairman in this week. I don't know how long it takes to get an appliance repairman to come in, to be honest. It has been about a week or so since I noticed it was starting to leak. And I'm pretty sure there are no user serviceable parts in my fridge, so I'm hoping that I don't waste $200 to find out I have to replace the fridge anyway, but I guess we'll see. I really don't want to replace the fridge because it is going to be a bitch. It was a bitch finding this fridge. My husband and I went to so many places with a measuring tape to find this fridge to fit in the space we have it. If I can't find a fridge that's similar proportion or similar height, I have to get rid of an entire cupboard. And a weird thing about this cupboard is that for some reason they built it around the doorbell chime, or the front doorbell. But we've never really been able to hear the front doorbell because it's in a cupboard. Did we move it? No, we haven't. We just left it be. We bought a fixer-upper house and then proceeded to not fix it up because we were too busy going to art exhibitions and fly fishing and doing things we really enjoyed. And so I live in a not very fixed up house. And my husband died young, and I'm glad that we spent the time we did doing the fun things rather than just, constantly working on the house. I'm sorry that the house isn't more done, but cannot begrudge the time that we spent doing more fun things. But I haven't had cupboard doors on my cupboards in the kitchen for 20 years. Yeah, he was going to repair them, the doors themselves, or the panels are downstairs. I know there's hardware around here somewhere to put them back on. He had a very specific idea of what he wanted to do. None of them match because he was, exploring his aesthetic. And it's just a project that I'm not going to be doing. I am not a carpenter. All right, time for mischief. Enjoy your mischief. I'm assuming this is Agnes' mischief. Unless you have another mischievous person. Might have another mischievous person. Well, the weather's not good, depending on where you are. At least, I got the chance to meet Agnes on Alice yesterday. Dr. Alice, I should say. There are now more than one Alice on the server, so I have to... Yeah, I wasn't expecting that either. Alice did talk that case over with Jack when she met it with him, and he agreed that, without any documentation, there's not much that can be done. Now she's scarpered, well and truly. So... can't see a damn thing. Oh, did she? Yeah, I know they're all on Royalty, which is a huge server. It's got like 400 slots. And I think they're all doing like just AOD in their own little corner of it and not really, interacting with everybody. Oh, you're going to Umbra? Oh, you didn't know it? Oh, okay. Well, I know Charlie was messaged me about it, that the AOD gang were over there. But I have no desire to go back on GTA at this stage. Royalty sounds like big. 400 is a lot. Yeah, I guess I like the pace of this better. And I honestly am not bothered by it having small pop on here at all. Like Beth and I played on here for 2 months before it opened with just the two of us, and occasionally running into Jim. You know, and we RP'd our brains out. You know, we just did it. You know. Yeah, it's nice. You know, I think doing something different is always kind of enjoyable. Like they say, a change is as good as a rest, and it kind of is. Yeah, there's that too. Yeah, my time as a medical director on Freestyle is kind of did my brain in. Yeah, they probably just walked out of the hospital and said, "Yeah, I'm fine. Oh, shooty now." Right now, I'm gonna speak to you again about the fact that I want to go to Saint Denis with 4 people. Can you manage that for me, or Saint Denis 4 people? That's all I'm asking. All right, you know what? I'll take that. See you, Thorns. I may or may not see you around. Up to mischief. Off she goes. On Badger Hollow, there was a big MLO right there, and a lot of vegetation. It's very headachy along here. Let onion dry for a minute and grab a couple more salad. Yeah, the other day we had a scene with Delilah Gray, and Onion got a chance to tell her some stuff she didn't know. And we have to find out things the same as everybody else because Jim won't tell us. So, but we found out some things, and we shared some information with Delilah Gray that she did not know. Because she has been helpful telling us stuff, so. But honestly, we're not like that inclined to do mechanical crime. Unless there's law around. I know some people like it, but it's a little pointless to us. If there's not law around, no real reason to do it. The only reason we do it with nobody around is just to learn how to do it. And then once you know how to do it, I know there's always like a balance. It's almost impossible to make everybody happy about the level of, crime and W's. I just hope it doesn't really get to that on here. Maybe it's kind of an impossible dream. Let's see. I mean, what I really like is so far, we've been able to get a number of people who are kind of happy with the idea that this is more of a Civ-based server. I was trying to run him over. Run him over? Yeah, I'm a little off track. I mean, we feel like it's possible to have a Red M server that isn't all shooty, GTA Cowboys kind of thing. Jim's an older guy, I'm an older person. I just feel like we just want to have some fun. We don't want to have, like, people have difficulty having fun because they're getting robbed every time they go outside the house, or that people are just grinding mechanical crime for no reason, no story reason. Like, there's lots of places you can do that shit. Like, lots of places you can do that shit, including Red Dead Online. You do not need to go on a roleplay server to not roleplay. Like, you can just go and do this anywhere else. And then people have different ideas of what roleplay is and isn't, and they, and I think eventually it finds its level, but we're new still. We opened on the middle of April. It hasn't been even 3 full months yet, so. Rosalita opened a little after we did, and I've been whitelisted on that since long before it opened. Like, second I got on the Discord, I got whitelisted without applying. But they're having their share of issues. It got some popularity. It's got some decent people on there, but go find some birds. Go find some birds, silly.
All right now, break's over.
I keep looking at the announcements they keep doing about how having to remind people it's a roleplay. I think, we're not doing that bad over here. And we are really serious about slow burn. Like, we're really serious about people just not shooting their shot with a big old thing every day and lots of crime and lots of this and lots of that. They have been open less than we have, and they got a full-scale war going on. Hello? Hi, Alice. Oh. Oh, dang. Oh. Oh, hey, it's Rosalita. There's an east-west war. Rosalita already. It only just opened up. Like, it opened up after we did. Like, a couple weeks after. I don't know. Maybe 3 weeks after we did. So I don't feel like that's too slow burn, but, to have an actual war going. Maybe I'm just... Maybe my brain is too slow burn. I don't know. I feel like that's very fast to have all of a sudden have factions and wars. Rosalita is by the same bunch of people that ran Freestyle, which was the GTA server we were on before this. And a bunch of things happened on there we're not too happy about. So even though I got whitelisted on Rosalita, I've never created a character on there. But just keep on there for the... I wouldn't be surprised if Rosalita is like that, because it got really quite popular quite fast, because it has, I guess a known commodity with a pretty successful GTA server, but there's some people on there that are not that nice. I'm not hunting gators. Whenever I'm not hunting gators, those ducks go. Shit. Whenever I'm not hunting gators, there's a lot of gators. I mean, aside from that, I won't get into it too much, but let's just say, some servers say that they, don't tolerate racism and sexism and stuff like that, and then they go ahead and tolerate racism and sexism and stuff like that, so I don't want to be that server. Those were the hearings I was coming for.
Excuse me, pardon me.
Oh, what? Yes, they're in a hurry.
Hello, madam.
And also the slow burn thing, like, a lot of servers say they're slow burn. And then in a couple of months, I got a full-scale war going on. And then they have to issue an announcement about how people aren't doing war right. Like, if you're a prisoner of war, you basically got the nines, but they've been releasing themselves because they mechanically can. Or something, I don't know. It didn't sound like it was going all that well. So many alligators when you're not hunting. Like, so many. I wish it's fair. Just want birds, and there's so many alligators. Like, so many. I just rode through all the birds and scared them off. 'Cause I'm shit at hunting for birds. Yeah, a lot of wild did, and a lot of the medieval people went there. I watched a guy, one of the first days of Rosalita, well, immediately got reported that they were using the N-word because, you know, apparently it was proper to do back then. And openly on a stream. Oh, yeah, there's that. And that, and I watched somebody do a mechanical robbery, and it was so bloody and so there were so many NPCs, and he said it was like GTA Arena, and he was there for it, and he applied to this server, and I went and looked at his log, and I saw him doing that, and I messaged him and I said I'm a little concerned that this is not the server for you if you think that that's. You're there for that kind of thing. We whitelisted him, but, gave him that caution that this is a different kind of place, and I don't think he's ever a character here. I'm willing to give people a chance. Sometimes they do want something different. But it's, and there's way too many shooty boys in the world. And yeah, maybe a lot of people find this boring and slow and not their cup of tea, but I'd venture to say that there are some people who are looking for a server like this, where things are very much slower pace. And we don't care if it takes a while to build a community of the right good people, I loved Ivy. My gosh, Onion and Ivy just hit it off. Onion has never opened up to anybody like that. And I don't think it's just because, it's not a question of trusting her to not talk to anybody. It's just a feel for people, I guess. Yeah, exactly. Like, you want to do some crime, you want to do some stuff, you do it with seriousness. And you shouldn't be, like, chain robbing everything, and including people. Act like this is a serious business. Because there's so many people who are just used to, being able to... Look at that. Look at that. I'm not hunting for alligators. Look at that. I don't think I've ever seen that many alligators there. And we come here a lot to hunt for alligators. Look at this. Oh, there is a bird over there. I'd have to get past like a zillion alligators to get to that bird. Oh my god. I might have to take out some alligators to get to that bird. What kind of noise was that? I don't even see a bird anymore. It's okay, Tilly. Don't worry. I'm not hunting alligators, but holy shit. They're everywhere. I should have my cart. But if I go to get my cart and I come back, they are not going to be here anymore. Look at them. There's like so many of them. I thought I saw a bird over there. The only reason I started shooting gators is because I thought I saw a bird over there. Now I don't see the bird. It's flown away. I'm not hunting alligators. I'm hunting birds. I'm gonna find some birds. Now it's all misty. I can't see a damn thing. Birds in the sky. I can't see. Oh yeah, they went to the overflow products. She wants to save some stuff to do with
Hello there.
They know a bunch of places, but Anya's not really a big hunter. She's just doing this because they need some bird meat. So. Takes up the whole thing and then just says hi there. I'm sorry, am I inconveniencing you by my being requiring a PC of rolling? Why is there so many frogs? So many frogs. Okay, I drove away and they all came back, so or they all disappeared. Yeah, I mean, I like the idea that people are building their stories and building their characters and not like just having one-dimensional people that I like to shoot ups kind of thing. Like that kind of thing. It's really hard to find Civ RP. I had a good Civ RPer in my shot the other day, yesterday, that I RP'd with on Freestyle. Created an entire movie industry, like a Vinewood thing. Unbelievable stuff. Really, really good. Like, excellent. Best I've ever seen on any GTA server. And it was really hard to get, like, and there was quite a core group of people for a while, but then, you know, it got, it takes a lot out of you. A rainbow phone, mate? Goddamn birds. Helpful if you can see your hand in front of your face. That would be good. I swear there's people who feel like they haven't really played unless they've shot people. Or, you know, like they haven't really succeeded unless they've had a W. They haven't had a good play session if they don't win something. Yeah, it is actually. We had an Irish pub and a car dealership. It was supposed to be a used car dealership, but ended up having some new cars too. And it was like basically working 2 unpaid jobs to have those businesses. We put so much into them, and then staff kind of fucked with us all the time about it too. And then they didn't bring any new cars into the server for over a year. Oh, no, well, not quite a year, but then they, you know, announced they were closing it. But you can't bring some new cars into the server for people to buy. People have already bought all the cars they're gonna buy. There was nothing to, like, it's a Grand Theft Auto, a GTA roleplay server. You've got to assume that people are interested in cars. Like, how about bringing in some cars? I didn't understand that at all. They lost a lot of their good stuff that knew how to do things. There were still some nice people around, you know, but if they were overworked because they were having to do everything. I'd like to go to Blackwater. I forgot that there's lots of birds there, so. See, sometimes you put it out there and the universe delivers. It is messy, and also I just find, you know, it's pretty clear that regular GTA has kind of jumped the shark because everyone's creating all these supernatural servers and superhero servers, and, you know, like, people are bored with regular GTA. And this is bored with something where there's like a car chase every 5 minutes. You know, attention spans have just gone out the window, I guess. Like Alice, Ivy, and Onion had a couple of pretty in-depth conversations today. I wasn't bored with that. I hope you guys weren't bored with that. I mean, the people who are here typically know I do incredibly boring content, so, you know. They're not tuning in here because they're expecting to see a gunfight every 5 minutes, that's for sure. I liked it very much, and I thought they had some nice rapport. I can't see anything. Holy crap, I can't see anything. Sometimes there's alligators on these bridges, but not today, I guess. I'm gonna let her drive because I can't see my damn hand in front of my face. Is there somebody running around? She's just having to slow down. I'm trying to have fun. I think you guys are trying to have fun. I think people, like Jim wants to have fun. Now, mind you, Jim's idea is fun is to spend a lot of hours coding. So. Yeah, I mean, it depends about clues, leaving scenes and stuff. There's kind of a good way to go about it, and there's kind of like, well, I mean, if you were just talking about NPC crime, like you're stealing, you know, or shooting an NPC because you had to because they started shooting at you because you accidentally nudged their horse or something, that's one thing. You can leave a scene about that. It's not serious, and people aren't, you know, the cops don't really need to investigate it. Now, if you're building up a crime arc and you're doing a series of robberies and things, you really should leave scenes that make some kind of connection that eventually cops, if they're on, you know, if the deputies are on the ball, they'll figure out who it is and there will be some repercussions. Because technically speaking, crime shouldn't go on and on unabated, because the law should be able to figure out who's doing things and catch them. But you can also have to, yeah, exactly. Like if you have on your scene that, I better not get freaking ambushed because I'm going to be so annoyed because I can't see. Like I saw some scenes, like right now on this server only admins can delete scenes, and I think the person who put the scene there can delete the scene. It's to prevent people from wiping scenes without, you know, for no reason. Not that I think that people on here are going to do that, but still, it's like there's a reason for it, right? I mean, it depends. Some people really do. Like Depcot, who plays Deputy Di, it's her jam. Like, she likes investigating crime. A lot of the crime happens when she's not around, so she's left to do a fair amount of investigating, but she kind of likes that. But if you leave a scene saying, you know, cash register broken, that's one level of information, but cash register broken, long black hair, that's another piece of information. So even if you leave a scene that says, the syndicate did it or something, that doesn't really help an investigation. All it says is, yes, this was involved, this crime group did this. But who was the individuals responsible? And can we tie this to them? Because eventually you have to tie it to an individual. Like, you have to have more than circumstantial evidence, to convict somebody of something. But they need to give you something that will eventually lead to that individual so that can get done. Like, I thought I might be going off this side. You can't just leave a scene saying, cash register broken. You have to leave a scene that will give them a concrete clue to who the identity of the person that did the crime. Because otherwise, you're basically saying, I just want to win this. I don't have to, I'm not going to give the police any clues. Yes, hello. Yeah, I know they won't. I know. That's what I'm talking about. And investigation is kind of your jam. Like, you like trying to figure out, puzzle things out. But there are cops, on here that want to get the W's. I don't know if they're on here particularly, but there are Red M cops, deputies, same as there are on GTA servers that come out to get a few W's. And we've been told that's the only kind of server to have is cops and robbers servers, and we're trying to do something different. Where it's not reliant on, I want to go this way. Sorry, Felix, I think I'm going to go the other way. Excuse me, sorry. Yeah, if getting a higher pop is your priority for running a server, because you'll start selling memberships or you'll start, I don't know. I guess everybody, likes to have a healthy server population, so people have lots of people to RP with, but it's also a bit financial, right? So. German has no interest in running a cops and robbers server, as you probably figured out. Trying to do something a little bit different here, and when we say that ZipRP is important, we mean it. We really want to see people succeeding and doing things they love to do. And yeah, they might get a little bit naughty and get up to a little bit of a thing every once in a while, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you can put up with a lower population for a bit, and we might even, max out at a certain point, and the point is you just come and enjoy hanging out with your friends and doing some hunting and fishing and, you know. The point of this is not to build a mega server. Yeah, would it be nice to have more people on more regularly? Sure. Are we looking at a stopwatch for that, or you know, a schedule for that? No, we're not. We're not saying, oh, you know, we've got the server plan, and by September we'll have this many members, and by you know October we'll have this. And by, you know, we're not doing that. We're just gonna see how it goes. Ben and I were rolling around in here, occasionally running into Jim for months before it opened. We were having fun. We were hunting and fishing and mining and trying out all this stuff and making notes for Jim and raising, you know, saving money to camping, you know. Yeah. That's what we're doing. We're vibing. We're vibing. Vitamins. Oh no, vitamins have not been taken. I'm having such a crap few days. Oh, bye. And I've been having such a crap few days in terms of appliances. My microwave decided to self-immolate yesterday, and I have to buy a new microwave. Yeah, it's quite an old. Oh, hello. And well, sort of partially a little exploded. It was a little explosion. I was only it's been fine, but in the last few months I've noticed a couple of times it kind of worked out a little bit, and I had to unplug and reset it. And now we've got it going again. And I keep it clean and neat, and I don't use it that much to just melt some chocolate, do some things, you know, little bits and pieces here and there. And to reheat food. But yesterday I decided I was going to melt some chocolate chips to drizzle on something. I can't even remember what I was going to do now. And I had it in for, I think, 40 seconds. And I started smelling something a little acrid, so I went back in. I was just out of the kitchen for a couple seconds. And I noticed this sort of black specks all over the food, and it smelled real bad in there, like burning. And the food itself wasn't burned. Yeah, I know. The food itself was not burned, but the side kind of blew off. I don't know, it was just like there were little chunks of microwave in the microwave. And I just took the food out and dumped it in case any of that stuff got in the food, because I didn't have a cover on it. Dumb. And I unplugged it and I took it out of there, and now it's waiting to go to the oh, 101. It's pretty good. Yeah. And my fridge is leaking. So now I'm going to have to get somebody to come in and see if I can get...
Hello?
This is interesting. This is very interesting. Now, we saw a man skulking around the church in Valentine, did we not? Yes. I don't know who this is. We saw Ivy and Onion saw a fella running all around the church in Valentine. That kind of looks like the church in Valentine. Oh, it's a Saint Denis telegram, but that's just, that's just weird. Probably where he started out. When we first started on the server, you could, like, it wasn't until it was where you sent your first telegram from that you got your permanent, like, letters. But I think it's now whatever's place you spawn in. We were talking. I guess there was a discussion in your chat, Stevie, about where people had spawned, and there's quite a lot of spawning in Armadillo. I do like to say that although Armadillo is in fact, yes, in the desert, there's everything there. There's a general store. There's a place to get a horse. There's a bank. There's like everything is there. Althea spawned at Flatneck Station. You know what's a Flatneck Station? Sweet bugger all. So, although it is more temperate, and it is not in the desert, she had to walk to Valentine because there is absolutely sweet fuck all in Flatneck Station. And I remember the first time we were in Badger when I created Alice in Badger, she spawned at Flatneck Station too. It is, to me, it's like a much worse place to spawn than Valor. It's in Armadillo. You can, if you figure it out, get a stagecoach right away to take you somewhere. It's not a bad place to spawn at all. In terms of what's available to you, it's Alice and I think Onion both spawned in Rhodes. Train station in Rhodes. Bye, Depdot. Have a good sleep. The government stores used to buy firearms, so you could make a decent amount of money selling back the carabine repeaters and the cattlemen you got off the bandits. Little side hustle in that. She might buy a prison for Frank. I don't know if he'd like that, though. I think before I buy Frank any more prisoners, I better figure out what the hell he's got.
Hi.
Alright, we're gonna go hunt for birds.
Morning, man.
Good morning, sir. Ain't no meat on no salmon. Where'd it go? I'm hearing gulls, but I don't see them. Oh, I missed. I guess she's laughing now. I am not good at shooting. Yep, sir. The freshest and gummy is the guilty blades line. We did name that before we knew we'd have some refugees from Gilded, so I'm sorry. Alright, Will. Not refugees, really, just people from Gilded. Come over here. And then people from here went over to Gilded, because apparently that was more their style. But it's fun, you know. There's servers around for all sorts. Yep, that's what they're looking for. We got told on here that CRP didn't matter and that no law could come here because nobody was going to get the dubs. And we said, fine. And we lost some people, and that's fine. And they went over to Gilbert because they said they got what they wanted there, which is fun. Go and do something that suits your playstyle better. If you're going to be unhappy over here, we're not changing the server to suit you. This is what the server is. You, if it doesn't suit you, go to a place that does. It's crazy to change the whole ethos of your server to suit a couple of loud players. It's absolutely crazy. Man, that you would do that. Like, why would you do that? Just to attract a few people? Just to get some people who feel like they're calling the shots? Now that you've changed everything for them? Idiot. It's a fault. I don't want you to fall. Oh, damn it. I thought you were a Saharan. Yeah, I know. Jim literally gives no shits about numbers. That bird, I think these birds is a little far away, maybe not. Yeah, shit. I'm good. I'm not good at shooting birds in the air. My bird should be. Heck, I'm not gonna be able to get that bird. It's too far away. Yeah, that's not gonna work. You're gonna sink, aren't you, baby? Never mind. I failed. I failed, Timmy. I failed. To me, the server owner and staff should decide what they want. And like, I have messaged people and said, this is the kind of server that this is, and it sounds to me like you might be looking for something else. Twice now we've approved people who quit the Discord immediately after they got that message, so... Bye! Now I hear a duck behind me. Where is this duck? Ducks. I hate hunting for birds. Did I mention I hate hunting for birds? I hate hunting for birds. I do it all the goddamn time. There's bird. It's shallow enough here. I'll be able to pick it up. No, damn, it's not shallow enough. I thought it might be shallow enough, but apparently no. Bird, go to the shore. Can you go to the shore for me, please? Yeah, either of these shores would be just dandy, whichever one you want. Right, failed again, Chili. Chili, I'm no good at this. Yeah, I think your dog can be, like, if you get a certain breed of pet dog from Valentine, you should be able to train it to help with hunting. But it has to be one of the retriever kind of, I think. You have to have Stevie. I think Stevie's the one that's got, most dog experience with the pets. It's a rotten duck. Oh, you haven't? Oh, okay. I think it's the same. It's the same script. Where are all these rotten ducks coming from? Rotten Mallory. Somebody else is shooting ducks. I keep hearing live ducks and seeing dead ducks. Millie's very anti-hunting, yeah. It should be the same animal script that we had on, I'm not good at shooting ducks in the air. Well, I fucked that up. And now it's raining. Alright, well, we're gonna go down the river. We just need slower, stupider ducks. That's just what we need. We've got Frank with us. There we go. Thank you. I did. Sorry, I should let you do it for the lark. I mean, Onion's not having any luck doing anything else. There's moving shadow mark. Oh, there's so goddamn many. There are so many pronghorns and not enough ducks. It's really strange. See you, lovely lurkers. Well, I suck at hunting. It is pretty clear.
These days ain't short.
The thing about the pets that you buy at Valentine are the ones that follow you around, and that you have to feed, and the more you feed them, the sort of cooperate with me, deal. Go. I thought I shot that. Did it disappear? But I keep seeing these prairie chickens, but I can't shoot them. They're nursed in the trees and they fly up. What happened to my bird? God damn, I hate hunting for birds. Eat bird.
Is that your blood?
Yeah, it's my blood. Oh, damn. Maybe we'll just dip down to the overflow quick. Nothing. Did you do some oatmeal? I'm so embarrassed. I'm so freaking balloon and shit. Nothing on. Nothing to eat it. Oatmeal. You wanna shut up? Stop annoying ladies with guns. Slightly different way than I normally would go, just to look at some different things. I'm not expecting that, and I messed it up. But we all know where this is, so I can bring Frank. I never managed to shoot things in the air. I'm absolutely astonished I managed to do that. It's a raven. I shouldn't have done that. I'm probably going to get some horrible luck. I swear to God, we have been on this server since mid of February. I have been looking for prairie chickens. I have not seen any till the last couple days. I just must have been incredibly unlucky. We've hunted up here too. Like we've hunted for bison and deer up here. And we just never saw her chicken. We have an expression in fly fishing. You're standing where you should be fishing. I believe she is riding where she should be hunting. Oh. I'm afraid you see somebody owns that house now. Alistair and Petronella got it. Well, that was the most successful I've been all day. And now it's misty and I can't see a goddamn thing. What do you think about that? Chili, what do you think? I feel like less of a failure now than out of you. And that's a good idea. Oh. Somebody's camp over here. Sorry folks, I'm going to see if I need to fill up my camping. I'm sure you don't mind. Back here should maybe be some turkeys. Got some screeching bee stashing going on over here. These go down turkeys. Come on, kitty, where's the turkeys at? We had this house on Badger, and we had Cherry Tree Lane all up here. House was all done up inside. We had a big barn. We had a lot of things on, and Millie had a tree house in this tree. It was really nice. There's nothing here on this server. There ain't no turkeys in here now. There you go, Chitty. Good girl. Just gonna, I want that kind of aggravation. We spent a lot of time hunting around here when we were on Badger Hollow, as we were in that house. Which one do you do it? Today. Don't want going into it. Every house belongs to somebody, but I'm still gonna go there and get wheat if I want to. We'd out of bread to get our make our crab bait warm. Break on. Yep, we do. Alright, been streaming for 5 hours, which is usually as long as I stream on a Saturday.
Hello there.
If anybody else is, streaming, at least I don't see anybody. I don't see anybody in the live except me. And it looks like they're streaming. So, you could go forth and find your phone. Before us, somebody I know from Medieval is playing on a server called Keyword. May or may not be an alligator. Womp week on Wayward RP. That might be fun for you to go watch. It's a follower on the chat, but if you want to follow him, say hey. He is, in fact, an alligator right now, so he is definitely an alligator. So go and see him, and I will see you guys soon. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Quite obvious skill. Where is it?